Okay. So let's understand the database monitoring. Okay. So in the database monitoring, right, how it works. Okay. First thing, if any application, suppose this is your end user. Okay, just think this is a end user. So you understand that concept. Okay. Then when you are doing the traffic, when you're generating, it will go to some internet. Then it will reach to load balancer. Am I correct? If you have a load balancer, then okay. Otherwise, directly will go to the domain. Okay. Then it will went to all the app service. Am I correct? Yes, no.
Yes.
Okay. It will travel all the app service. First, don't know which service pointing to which service, but just you think like it is connecting to app service, and then it is connecting to database. Correct? Yes, no. Like that will happen, right? And make sure that all the app server you have a agent. It will travel all the layer. Okay. Here, but this is your database running on as a service because the application is getting connected, right? So as a service, okay, yeah, database running on some server. Am I correct? Yes, no.
Yeah.
Database, if you are creating an account on AWS or Azure, you can create database as a service. Am I correct? Database as a service. Service means just you go to the RDS. If you heard about that AWS RDS, and you select your database and create a database. Create a DB. Okay. Yeah, you go to that EC2 instance, and then there you create a server with DB like this. Okay. So like this will happen. Okay. Now this, so once you have the agent, but here you don't have agent, but still database as a service will be visible. Okay. Why? Because it is fetching once you have connected this agent. Suppose your user is trying to log in and they have an account this website. Domain.com is a website. Okay. Then they will take the credential from here, right? DB server, right? Yes, no, in your database. And then your application will be accessible, right? So it will fetch all the information, whichever things are there. Means as a service, you can understand database connectivity, database response time, failure rate, all those things you can able to see that. Okay. But if you want to monitor inside the database something like you want to some database session level, blocking session level, some metrics that you want to monitor, okay, then you should have a database. On the database, you need to inject the agent. Okay. So now here, so one thing, once you suppose just to think database running on your some of the server, and that here you have an installed database. Correct? Either you install MSSQL, if it is a Windows, if it is a Linux, you install Postgres, yeah, MySQL, yeah, you install Oracle, any other database, MongoDB, correct? So you install the database on this server. To monitor this, first you need to install on, if you this kind of scenario, you install the agent on the database server. So agent will get installed if your database running on the top of the server. Are you getting a point? In your laptop also you can install MSSQL, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. If your hardware meet that requirement, okay? If hardware meet, then you can able to install MSSQL in your in your local server, in local PC, in your systems, okay? Same way you create a Windows server and then you install database. Okay, that will take quite long because database installation just like a 2 hours. Okay, server, agent, network, all those things. Okay, so either in the organization they used to go two-way. Either if they are using all those things running as a AWS cloud, then they used to go database as a service. If in your data center, your own data center, then they used to go, they used to set up a VM. In that they used to install a DB. Okay. So if it's a Postgres, then they will install line on the Unix CentOS server, yeah, some of the Unix RHEL server. If it is a Windows, if it's MSSQL, then they will install Oracle. They used to install MongoDB, then Linux. If it is MSSQL, MySQL, Oracle, they used to install on Windows environment. Okay, then you go and install the agent on the Windows server, and then you have a database integration. Okay, so now, so let me. So I am not going to set up the VM and installing that database. Okay, what I will do is I will create an instance. So if I'll go to my, so this is my EC2. Okay, so here I have one VM, right? Many VMs we have. In this VM where my EG travel applications are running, okay, I can install database. Means I can launch one new VM. Yeah, also you have something kind like what used to called. You can have just to type MSSQL. MSSQL, okay? That you can type, then you can get some marketplace where some of the Windows server, right? Because see, Amazon doesn't have everything on, okay? So Amazon Linux has your own. Otherwise, all are vendor for them. Okay. So some of the vendor on their data center, they have Windows Server. In that, SQL is installed, MS SQL is installed. Okay, like this. So we have that. Okay. Even Red Hat also we have a SQL Server. Okay. So like this we have that. So that if I'll take this one as from the marketplace, I need to do a subscription, I need to agreement, sign that agreement. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so what I will do is I will go to my RDS. It's very easy for AWS. So don't prefer that. Even who in the corporate also they don't prefer that. Okay, I'll go to my RDS. I will go to database. I'm sorry. And create a database. So which database you have? So this is the AWS one. Okay. So I will go with MySQL, MariaDB, Oracle. Suppose I want to go with the Postgres. So first I'll go with the Postgres. So I want Postgres version. Okay. So default version is 16.3 R1. So this is one default. That is latest one. If you want to go which version you want to go, you can go. So I'm going with default one. Then enable RDS extended support. I don't need support. Okay, then I need a production is very costly because that has a availability zone, all those things. So I don't want, I will go with the free tier. So database name, I will give, okay, let me open my notepad. So DB name. What could be that? MySQL. Okay. My APM-DT 01 DB. Okay. So database name, just to remember that. Okay. DB name. So I will give APM-DT 01 DB. Okay. Yeah, 01 you remove APM-DT DB. Okay. So this is my database name. So DB name. Okay. Username. So username is Postgres. So master username, I'll give master username. Sometimes you'll forget, right? So you'll remember that. Okay. Then self-manage. I don't want to manage in the AWS. I don't want to generate auto password. Auto password, they'll give you the password. Some 10 digit, 20 digits. I'll give. Okay. Standard. Okay. Now I need. So this is for this one. So I don't want to do any changes in this. Okay. So this is just for integration, right? So storage just I'll 20 GB minimum is required for DB. So I'll take 30 GB because 7 GB will take for agent and all. So don't connect with computed resource. That is fine. Set up connection to an EC2 compute resource for this database. No. So security group, I will take default. I don't want to create a new VPC. Public access, yes, we required. Because we want to connect from the outside, right? So we need that. Existing VPC default, that is fine. Availability zone, that no preference. Okay. Then okay. Then some additional configuration. This password authentication, that is fine. Some additional configuration. Enable enhanced monitoring. I don't need. Initial DB name. So I'll give sample DB. See, spelling is wrong. Okay. Initial DB. Oh, sorry, sample DB. Okay. Initial DB is sample DB. Now, backup retention policy, I don't need any backup. Encryptions, okay, let's skip it. Maintenance, I don't need. So it is charging $16 monthly. That is fine. I don't need anything. I'm going free tier, then it is charging $16. So port is 5432. Okay, public access required. Okay, so now let's create that. So I have created a database, okay? But this database, something like you cannot install the agent, okay? But you can have your integration. Are you getting my point? So let them run. So let me log into my, okay. So this is your Postgres DB, okay. So I'll go to my hub, okay. I'll search in the all, yeah, hub home, just to type Postgres. So this is my Postgres DB remote monitoring. Okay, so let's now go to configure. Okay, so now I need to do add configuration. You need to select the active gates. You remember anything that you want to have. Okay, like what used to called. Okay, anything you want to have some cloud level, right? What you need to have or active gate. So active gate group, we have that. Okay, now next. So I need now database name, port, then host name, database port and database name. Okay, then authentication, passwords. Okay, just a minute now. Let's come up this database. Will not take much time. 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes is sufficient. So Amita, one thing for ESA Training Institute, how many participants are joining for Dynatrace training?
Exactly, sir. I don't know.
If you have joined right there. So that time, how many participant was there?
Yeah, in demo class, I think 15 to 16 participants.
Okay. They
I
are
think
doing.
they are not looking for only Dynatrace but also they are looking for as well as Appdynamics, Datadog. So they are teaching about some combining tools. That means in one format they include the Appdynamics, Datadog, and Dynatrace. One trainer is giving the coaching about Appdynamics, and another trainer, I think ELK, and after that, Mr. One of the name is Mr. Shravan Kumar. He teaches about the Dynatrace.
Okay. So here we have database. Okay. So let me go to that. So this is my database name. Okay. Port 543. So in the security group, already I have added. So if you see here, in the I have selected the default one. Okay, so already I have added this one 54324 for Postgres. Okay, so you can add like this. Edit inbound rules. Then add a rule. Give TCP, then give port. Yeah, if you don't give TPC, then you type database. Suppose MSSQL, just you type MSSQL. MSSQL default port will be coming up. Okay, so like this you can add. So now this is done. So my database is ready now. So this is my database now, and all those things that we have noted in Notepad. Port this one. What is the database name? Notepad DB name is APM-DT. DB. Okay. Basic authentication. What is the username? Postgres. Then what is the password? Standard 19. Okay. Okay. Then next. So first you want to test, right, whether how you can log into that. Okay. So to log into that DB server, just you download one tool is called SQLtron. This is the tool you can download. Okay. So download GUI. So it is available for all the OS. Okay. So just I'll take for WinZip. Okay. So this is 120 I32 to WinZip. You can take this also. Yeah, that also. Let's take this is for 31st March. Like this one. Okay. There is a many tools are available. Okay. Make a zip one. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Meanwhile, we'll try that. Whether it's giving connection or not. Where we have here. So I have enabled that. Next, endpoint metadata. This is endpoint metadata. Okay. Description. Postgres. Okay. We have this many. For activity, we have a 5 matrix. For background writer, we have a 10 matrix. For database, we have a 24 matrix. Query, so any query I don't have because we don't have anything. Recovery, we have 1 matrix. Our table space, we have 1 table space size. And WL, we have 9 matrix. Save. Now, if you say status okay, means your database integration is done. Just wait for a few minutes. Just to try to refresh it. That's it. So now you want to test it, right? So that SQL Tron was open now. Just wait, it's loading now. Wait for a few minutes.
In this approach, we are not installing any agent, right?
No, for this approach, we are not installing any agent. Okay, we are doing directly that. Okay, if it is on Windows Server, something like that, you install the agent and then do the integration. So in that case, what will happen? Suppose if it is running on any of the server, are you getting my point? If it is running on any of the servers, any of the server the database is running. Suppose this is your Windows server, yeah, Linux server.
Okay.
Okay, this is your Windows, this is your Linux.
Yeah.
Okay, that a database will get installed, yes, yeah, no.
Yes.
Now your database installed. So once you install the agent, all the in this OS will get monitored.
Yes.
OS will get monitored because you have OS, right? And then you do the integrate configuration for database monitor. Getting my point? What you have to do that? Understood?
Yes. I mean, if we have a Windows server on which database is installed, so once we install the agent, we will be able to monitor it, right?
Huh. So once you install the agent, your database as a process will get monitored. But you want to monitor inside the database. You want to log in database and then you write some parameter to fetch some KPIs. Yes, yeah, no. That is the reason I have given database credential, right? Username, password.
Yes. Yes.
So right now for sample, just I'll create a user, whatever the username, we have a master username, that username I have given. But in the database, again, I need to create a local user. See, one suppose you for fetching anything, what access is required? Read access.
Yeah. Read access.
Read access. Right now, the password that I do have that for database, it is a read access? No, it's a read, write, and execute access. Just for integration, I'm going them because again I need to log into the database. I need to create a user. I need to create a database. I need to create a user. I need to check whether I'm able to log in. Certain policy has to be defined. Then I will create a user with only read access. Then through that read access, I need to log into the database, and then I'll write some query to fetch some KPIs. Correct?
Yeah. So with this approach, sir, with this process approach, so we will be able to monitor the database from. I mean, we were not able to monitor the queries that are running, right?
Wait. So one error is coming up. Yeah, what you said?
I said, for example, if you want to monitor the database from the inside, that is the queries that is running on the database. So for that, we need to use this approach, right?
Yeah.
And if we want to simply monitor the database, I mean, uh, where we don't want to monitor the query, we just want to monitor the overall health and performance of the database. So for that, we go through this one where we install the agent on the server on which the database is running. So we have to use that approach, correct?
Yes. Yes. Just a minute, yeah. Why it is taking like this? Just a minute.
I will back in a minute.
Database name is Postgres. Add to environment. Add configuration. Post. Username. Postgres. Password. Let me log into the database first, okay, and then we'll see. Why? Because database name, database. Okay, this is the database name, not okay. So database name is APM-DT DB. Database type Postgres post. Okay, then username Postgres. Password. Initial DB, sample DB. Okay, test. So connection successful. Password is standard 2K19. So I'm able to log in database. Now save it. Now connect. So I'm able to log in database. So the DB is created. Now let's go to the Dynatrace. So sample DB is standard, okay, and endpoint metadata. Okay. Next. Postgres APM-DT. Okay. Let's see. Database configuration is taking a long time. What error they're giving up? Again, error is coming up. Why yaar? Edit. Wait. Hey yaar. What is the database name?
It's APM-DT.
This is disable. Host name, this is fine. DB name is should be sample DB, no?
Initial DB name was sample DB.
One second. Why I'm telling you, I want to monitor this database, right? So username Postgres, password it is fine. Is got encrypted, that is fine.
So I think APM-DT is the schema name and sample DB is the database name.
So host name should be this one. Okay, next. This is fine. Just see. It will not throw error also. What could be the error?
Can we do it from the starting one more time, sir? From the fresh?
Yeah, just a minute. This is the last time. Let me try. Add configuration, select this. That is going on, so we cannot proceed now. Okay.
So first of all, we need to install this extension, and then we have to click on configure.
Yeah. This itself taking long time. I tried recently. You have seen that, right? While starting, it was green. In morning when I woke up, I tried. It was working fine. Hey, it became a green now. Actually, it's okay. One okay, one error. So, what is happening? Wait. It became a green now. Wait for a few minutes. One error. Unassigned 50%. What is that? So this host is visible now. Okay, run the query. Actually, we should give the DB name, okay, instead of initial DB name. Instead of we are giving the instance name. Okay, that is the reason it was happening issue. Okay, so now we have done that, right? Now, if you go to the database, you should type. So we have this. Go here. We have this extends database. No problem. Uptime. You see.
Yeah.
Now we are getting the data, right? So now suppose you want to check that, you go to the data explorer. Now just you type database Postgres. So there is the metric has no data for the time frame. Okay, wait for few minutes. You see, right? The metric has no time frame. So for WAL sync time. Okay, so we have all the metrics. Okay, now wait for few minutes. Okay. Postgres. No instance. Still all those things. Active session is 4. Run the query. See. Fetch a log, filter DT source, custom device this one or entity source this one. Okay, and run that. It is running the query properly, then see we are getting that right. So we are able, you can run the query here itself. You see that benefits, whatever things you want in the database, right? Something you run a query here itself. If you enable that, okay, all those things. So that feature they provide Dynatrace. See, Dynatrace has a query language. They used to call DQL query. Okay, and you can write a query and you can fetch from the database here itself. Something you want. No need to go to the database, log in. Suppose something you want to fetch here, you can write here also. Only you cannot insert something in database. Okay, just you can fetch some information from the database. That is your for monitoring purpose. Okay, so understood how you can do that integration, the database.
So, for example, sir, if we want to fetch, select star from database, the entire columns that are here in the database, so the query will be same, which we are using for a SQL Server?
No. You need to write something. You are fetching from the logs. Okay. So you can write a fetch logs here. Okay. Like what you want to fetch. Okay. From the database. Okay. That you can fetch some information from here itself. Okay. Not like you can fetch the user details, some user password details, all those things. Something you cannot fetch. You can fetch from the logs whatever things are available in the logs. Because you need a monitoring, right? So monitoring will happen based on the logs, correct?
Yes.
What is capturing in the logs, so that in that information you can fetch it. That record you can fetch it from here.
Okay.
Okay, is
So
that
we
clear?
have to learn this Dynatrace query language separately, right?
I'll give you some glimpse how you can write basic query language. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what you need to do is you need to, once you understand that how to write a DQL query, then start Googling it. Sometimes you need this, right? When you start working on it, right, you will come to know that. Okay, but I'll give you 20-30 queries that will help you a lot. Okay, and top of that, some customization you are looking for. In that itself, you can customize. Let's see whether that Data Explorer API is available now. Anything?
So I have given, sir, in past I have given few interviews for Dynatrace. So where they have asked me that, let's suppose I want to monitor the query that is executing on the database. So to monitor that, we need to use this kind of approach, right? Extension one.
Yeah. See, I'm monitoring active backend process. How many backend processes are active? A split by database. Database name is my database. Our database is SampleDB, right?
Yeah.
SampleDB. Run this. I'm getting only one process is active because nothing is there in the database. Okay. So once you have the database proper, then you can shut up that. Okay. So if you type Postgres in the Data Explorer, then you go. Now see backend fsync execution. So you can see here dimension. This is for Postgres, right? You can see here. So I can take that. Okay. So backend fsync execution. So I will take, so device name, device port, Postgres host, filter by host name APM-DT, right? Run this. I'm getting the data 0. So you can this is the way you can monitor your data. Is that clear for everyone? How you can monitor your, how you can integrate first, means first database should be visible in your Dynatrace. Okay. So if you go to the database, you can see that, right? But if you go to database, you can able to see that. Okay. Once it is visible, then your task, whatever the KPI that Dynatrace is giving that, and then on top of that, what you want to develop. Okay. So then only you can fetch lot of things. Is that clear for everyone?
Yeah, yes.
And in future, any dots you have, like hey, I want to have this kind of KPI, I am not able to find. You have integration is placed, you have everything is placed. Okay. Now you don't find this KPI, you connect with me. How I will help you some Python code or something, and you can deploy that and you can fetch that. Okay. Okay. So now let's move to MSSQL. Okay. Is clear for everyone? Avilash, Amitav. Why everyone is so silent today? Okay, so
Yeah.
let's move to our same way we have for this one also. What we used to call MSSQL,
Yeah.
SQL also. Like this. I'll create a SQL. Then which edition I'll take? SQL Server Express Edition, Web Edition, Standard Edition, Enterprise Edition. Enterprise I will not take. I'll take database size up to 10 GB. That is fine. So Express Edition I am taking it. Version 2019. That is sufficient.
Sir, one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So right now, the database which you are monitoring, so these are cloud database, right? I mean, this is hosted on cloud.
Yeah.
Correct. So how things work when we work in a production environment? Because we have the data center, we have the database running in our own data center, right? So
That
that
is
time,
that time you need to install an agent on the database server. Okay. Okay. And database connects on certain ports. Okay.
okay.
Correct. So MSSQL, what is that? 54321. Some ports we have, right? For the MSSQL. For
The
this one. Go ahead.
1433, I think.
1443. Okay. So so what you need to do is, so first thing, remember, okay, whenever you are doing any integration, okay, with a database, you ask first, you give an assignment to database team, create a user for Dynatrace. User for Dynatrace in their DB. For create a user, that is called any username, DT user you can give. Okay.
Okay.
In database they used to create, and that should have only read permission.
Yeah.
If you have all the permission, good, but they'll only read permissions required. Okay. They'll give a user, then they will give you a username and password. Yes.
Yeah.
Once you get the username and password, then okay, you go. Once you get that, first they say, can you provide me that server access? I don't need database, only server access. If say yes, they provide you, then it is fine. Then you tell them that this is the steps to install the agent. Can you run this command on this server, on your database server? Your database is like this. Okay, so your agent will get installed. Okay,
Yeah.
so now your OS is getting monitored. OS
Yes.
is getting monitored, na?
Yes.
Because once you install the agent, so OS is getting monitored. Only database is only for OS. Whatever the process is getting monitored, database will run some process. Okay,
Yeah.
so that process will get visible. MSSQL process, all those things. Okay, SQL Server agent, something like that. Okay, then server, all those things. Now you need to connect with database. So to connect with database, already you have a DT user access, DT user, username, password, database name. That's it, right? Anything else you required?
No.
So when you do the configuration for MSSQL, just to see here and little bit thing. Okay, so I go to here app Play Store hub. Okay, and I will go here extension. So this is for Postgres. Okay, that's fine. Cancel it. I'll find here MSSQL. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is my MSSQL server.
Yeah.
So this is a local and this is for extension. Okay, so I'll go with extension. All are extension only. I don't know why it is they're given. Okay, so I'll go with MSSQL. Install it. Okay, so I'll install that extension. For that, what is required? ActiveGate. So I'll select the ActiveGate. Now what is required? Database host name where database is running. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll give the database name. This is my database host name. Okay. Then database running on which port? 1433 or 1433?
1433. 1433.
Okay, that we'll see. Then database name, instance name. Host name is different. Database instance is name. Now they're asking database name. Okay, and then asking the authentication username and password. That's it, and next proceed.
Okay.
Clear?
Yeah. So this is the way, I mean, we can monitor the database, right?
Yes, only this is the way.
Okay.
Then only you will get lot of, because once you install the agent on the database server and you forget it, agent does not have a capability to fetch something from the database. Because agent don't know, right, which user was created, what is the password. They don't know. They cannot create a user, all those things. So in that case, what they used to do is you install the agent so that your all the process, everything will get visible. And then you have your extension running on your ActiveGate. And then you create a user in database and then you provide that to them. So I'll tell you. Okay. So now I will go to my RDS. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take a free tier. Okay. Now database instance name. Okay. So database instance name APM this. Okay. MSSQL test. Okay. Note it down here. Otherwise you'll forget.
I'm doing MSSQL test.
MSSQL
Test.
test. This is the database name, right? In database instance name. M will be a small, correct? Now, okay. Now master username admin. You note it down. Username is admin.
Okay.
Name is admin. Password. Username is I'll create.
Yeah.
So standard 2K19. Okay.
Yes.
So, and the password is same. Okay. Now, this is fine. Storage I am keeping 30 GB. Okay. Auto scaling I don't need. Don't connect to EC2. That is fine. Default VPC. That is fine. Default some public access is required because I want to log in not from the AWS CLI. I want to log in from the outside, either SQL, Tron, anything, right? So I want to log in. So that is fine. So existing frameworks. So VPC, that is fine. Availability zone not required. This is fine. Any additional configuration? Port 1433.
Yeah.
Okay. Enable server Windows authentication. Choose a directory which you want to authorize a domain user to authenticate SQL Server instead using authentication. That is leave it. Okay. Then 7 days. I don't want to performance insight. Enable enhanced monitoring. I don't need. So here time zone DB name. IAM role. Okay. So now, so what are things it used to ask in Dynatrace?
Yeah.
So we got, okay. So first we required host name. So database host name will get port. Instance name we got.
Yes, sir. MSSQL test.
Okay. Instance name we got. Okay. Then where do we have MSSQL test database. Username, password.
Yeah.
So we got instance name. And what is the database name? Where is DB name? So database we have to create we cannot create from here. So we'll log in, we'll create a user. We have options to create a user. Database name. Backup I don't need. Are you getting anything like create a database name? No, I don't enable a storage handling. I don't need. Okay. Include previous confirm password, username, DB name, SQL engine. That is fine. Okay. We'll create a database once we'll log in. Okay. So MasterCard is hiring for Dynatrace.
Dynatrace, sir. No. Right now they're hiring for SRE. Dynatrace, I need to check. But Western Union is hiring, right? As you said, the position is not closed yet.
That company is not good, man.
Oh.
That there we have for Western Union, right? My friends had work over there. I don't want to take his name. He worked over there. He said, no, that is not a good company.
Like environment wise?
Not environment wise. I'm telling you that for whatever the monitoring that from top to bottom, whoever the person is sitting, right?
Okay.
Again, that person and all is not good. So you
Oh,
will feel little micromanagement.
micromanagement.
That company, you take offer and then on top of you take a counter offer.
Right now, sir, I'm basically I'm just giving the interview for my knowledge purpose. I mean, how much I have and in Dynatrace and all. Because here I'm not implementing anything in Dynatrace. I'm just using the tool.
So now you have little confidence.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
You try, I think, if you are below 20 bracket, okay,
yeah.
then you try Iron Idea. Iron Idea is a good company, okay, and you will get a chance to directly migrate to Dynatrace later if you have little experience on the other side. Then Iron Idea, yeah, Quality Kiosk.
Quality Kiosk, I already cleared the interview and got the offer, sir. But actually, they want someone who can come to Mumbai and can work.
So already you have offer for Quality Kiosk.
Yes, sir. I have cleared the Dynatrace interview by watching your videos only.
Oh my God.
So, but they want someone, sir, who can relocate to Mumbai and can work from office for the entire week. And they don't have a hybrid policy. And my
Quality case, I think they're having these banking clients. So
yes.
even on Saturdays, you need to go to office. It's always we need to go to office since it is a banking project, I guess. And even on Saturdays, we need to work.
So right now, in our organization, we are operating in a hybrid module.
Hmm.
We just need to go twice in a week. That's also depend upon your team. I mean, when they are coming.
So then what you will decided? Quality Kiosk, just counter?
No. I mean, I have not joined any organization. Even though I'm not joining, I'm just continuing here. I'm
So you
learning.
have not put down the paper also.
No, I have not put down the papers.
Just you took the offer and left,
No,
right?
sir. I took the offer because they were saying these things that okay, you have to come to Mumbai. So I said ki, that all the things we can see later. At least I should appear for the interview and see what knowledge I have in Dynatrace and what the marketing expecting right now.
So how much they offered you?
They
Yes,
were offering 18. They were offering.
it's good, right?
Sir,
Okay,
I
so
already
so you need that location, you need a little comfort. But for 5-6 years, and if you are just like watching a video and you are clearing an interview and you are getting 80-20 lakhs package, you can't think like, okay, that at least I'm getting some stuff. So that is the reason, means getting some knowledge. That is the reason you are able to clear the interview, right? So at least you try, okay? And I told you, right? 6 to 8 years. I have many candidates I met, okay, who told I watch your video from past 2 years. I'm working on Dynatrace. One guy, one lady, okay, she is in Canada, okay. She told me that the way I started working, got Dynatrace project. Somehow somebody gave me a reference. You go to that APM-DT channel and you watch that. You can understand a lot of things. And then she told me that after from past 2 years, I'm working on Dynatrace from your video only.
yes.
So I
It
thought,
was
okay.
so clearly explained in the video. But I have also given interviews for MDocs, but the interview level was very high. MDocs, they are also using Dynatrace for some kind of hacking project.
See, I'm telling you, right? See, in India, which are the companies, service based or product based, they are using Dynatrace. Okay. In service based, Cognizant, TCS, Wipro, Infosys is a big partner. Okay. Then we have MasterCard. We have BT office in India. They are using Dynatrace. JP Morgan, State Street, Morgan Stanley. Okay. Hitachi. Then what else? We have office in this Richmond side. Autodesk. Okay. Then Vodafone, they are using Appdynamics. Okay.
Autodesk is using Dynatrace.
Yeah, Autodesk they are using Dynatrace. So these are the company, and apart from that, like Swiss Re, lot of companies. Okay, not like only one company.
Okay.
90% of the market occupied by Dynatrace. See, in India, how many Indian company we have? SBI Bank,
Yeah.
ICICI Bank, PNB Bank, all those things, right? HDFC, PNB, and ICICI and
Yeah.
SBI, right? All are already using Dynatrace. Okay, ICICI is a big. They have around 300 member of team in ICICI for Dynatrace. 200 or 300 member of team. Okay, HDFC Life, not complete HDFC Life insurance one. Okay, and then ICICI and SBI or SBI Bank Belapur. 90% of people are sitting in the Belapur. Okay, so these are major in the banking in India. IRCTC using Dynatrace. So Indian government, they are using whatever the website, they are getting a more revenue, more business, they are using Dynatrace. They have converted. So ICSC earlier they are using New Relic, now they have migrated to Dynatrace. So these are the companies there. Apart from that, all are Europe and US, correct?
Yes.
So all are European, US company, they are already using it.
So do you know someone from Hitachi side?
No. Hitachi, I don't know anyone.
Because I have an interview scheduled this week for Dynatrace position only.
You give it. One Larky recently called me. She told I got Hitachi offer. That location is Hyderabad. She wanted Bangalore. Then he took a counter offer and she told me that, sir, I have joined Wipro.
Okay, okay.
Recently, she one of the lady called me. People are taking right now counter like anything. Why it is taking too much time for MSSQL? Okay, meanwhile, this will up. Okay, let's do that. How you can integrate Dynatrace with AWS. Okay, like I want to integrate AWS itself with Dynatrace. So whichever the service is running on AWS, we can monitor that service also. Okay, we can see that service status, all those things. Okay, so there is a dedicated integration. Okay, for Dynatrace with AWS, Dynatrace with Azure. Okay, so let's do how you can do the cloud integration. Okay.
So we will not be creating any alert profile here for database, sir?
No. Database, whatever the things, right? All those things will come. So whatever the now metric you are getting it, right? Okay, so let me explain you that. Okay, so all the metric you are getting, okay, metric is getting visible. All the metric is getting visible. Okay, so now suppose you want to configure. Suppose database, you can see in the anomaly detection some basic one. Database service, you have a basic KPI, response time, failure rate, traffic spike, traffic drop. Okay, response time. Okay, then failure rate, traffic spike, traffic drop. But this will not help you. Okay, now what you need to do is go to metric event. You create a metric for database. Yes. You see. Okay. So you create a metric event for here. So you select this. Okay, so this is a Postgres DB something. Okay, then you refresh the metrics just to type Postgres. Okay, whichever. Okay, so I need buffer hits, indexes, active session. How many sessions are active? Okay. Now you want to check. So in the Explorer, you open and check the data in the Explorer, whether data is coming up, how many sessions are active, all those things. You can check the whether everything is correct or not. So no data is coming. Okay. Right now we don't have data. Okay. So like this, you need to fetch that. Okay. So yeah, suppose just you type Postgres. So we done this, right? Something. We did this one, right? Some backend something I was done. Backend something. This one. F-sync execution. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take this. I select this matrix. Okay. Aggregation value. If you want to see in the data explorer, you can go and check whether data is coming up. Okay. So we are getting that. Just a minute. So we are data we are getting. Okay. Either a 0 or 1, that is fine. Okay. Because nothing is there in the database, that is the reason, right? So now we have this. Okay. Backend. Okay. Now management zone you select. So database you have to move to your management zone. Okay.
Yeah.
Means okay. So you can select this. Okay. So that okay, that's fine. Entity. You see entity filter. So you have, so you don't have right now, it is not there in the management zone, you delete it. Okay. So see, we have this database. One we have MyDB, the default database. Okay. And one we have. So I need this. So I will take add entity.
DB name.
Entity equals yeah name. Why it is not coming out? Display name entity ID. Add entity equals paste this. Okay. So now we got this.
Yeah.
Okay. Now give the threshold count. One it is 10. Then I need alert. Okay. So greater alert, if more than 10, then we'll need alert. And then you give some event title name. So what is that? Database name, DB name. You give then F, what is the F sync something, and count whatever the greater than 10. You need alert. Okay, that's it. You select the custom alert, save changes. So whichever the custom alert, that alert profile will take care of that. Okay. Is that
So,
clear?
yeah. And in case, sir, if the matrix is not visible, I mean, if the matrix is not there for which we want to create an alert, so for that we need to create a matrix, right?
First, if metric is not available, then first you need to bring the metric by hook or by crook. By hook means just you have extension. By crook means you develop some solutions like write some script that will, you have a credential of database, right? So you write a Python script. Okay, so it will connect to the DB. Then it will write this query, hit this query, fetch the data, whatever the logs is coming in that, you some information you'll get from that, you
Okay.
convert in that metric. Okay, some count value or something, right?
So can you please guide us with some sample plugins which we can refer, create in future?
Yeah, so I have a sample plugin for database. Okay, I'll upload that. Okay, and I'll let you know. I will upload that plugin and how it can be developed. I'll give you some sample code.
Okay, sir, sure.
Okay. So my database is available now. Okay. So I will go here. The database itself took 2 hours. Huh? MSSQL. Okay, so this is my database name. I'll go to my here. So many page open. Okay. So this is my database name. Okay. Port 1433. So I need to check in the security group whether 1433 is enabled.
Yeah.
So I will go to that security group. 1433.
So it's not there.
Is there? Not there?
3389 is one for already. Need to edit the inbound routes.
So I will add MSSQL as a default port. You can add this. Okay. So got added. Now let's go to the Dynatrace. So instance name. So instance name is
MSSQL test.
test. But database we have not created, right?
Yes.
So I will go to that. Open this. Where it went here. Initial database we don't have. Okay. And how we can connect here? That's what I'm thinking. Host database name. Username, password. So this is my DB name. What is the DB name?
MSSQL test.
MSSQL test.
SQL test.
Username,
Admin.
admin, right?
Yeah, admin. Password standard 2K19.
Standard 2K19. Okay. So connection successful. I'll save it. I'll create a database here. Okay. So database we have master we have right. Yeah. So we have so many DB right now.
Yeah, master model, MSDB.
MDB. Okay. So we
yeah.
have MSDB will take.
Yeah.
So instead of doing the configuration, so database name will take MSDB. Okay. Username admin.
Admin.
Password standard 2K19. 19 server, right? I don't have any SSL certificate. I don't have any SSL protocol right now. Okay.
Yep.
So here we have the metrics, list of the metrics that will get measured. So 7, 8, 15, 18. Around we have around 50 metrics, 50 to 1600 metrics we have. Okay, some information.
description.
MSSQL DB. Okay. Taking too much time validating it. Mhm. What is the error? No? Okay, let's create a database. Let's see. Create database and database name test. Okay. Execute, it is happening. No, what is that? what यार execute and cancellation query request error unknown object type database use create drop or alter statement. Why? MSDB2. Okay, master. DB got created. You have a temp DB. So they're not allowing to create a DB or what it is? Why it is getting error? We have that DB, MSDB, master. Hey, it is got na. You see, I don't know what is happening here.
And here also we are not getting the error message. Whenever we are getting an error, we are not getting exactly where the error is.
Yeah, this is just a Skilltron some tool like where you can log in, you can check. I don't know. I'm not a user of this database, right? Always. So it could be somewhere there will be a space because when you execute this, right, create a database name, right? That is a normal
Yes.
command.
Yeah.
Okay, we learn in BTech fourth year, and that is not throwing an error. So that's fine, not an issue. Okay, if anyway it is got connected. Okay, I don't know. So now if you go to close this, okay, and go to your database. Whenever you are doing that, what is to call custom something, issue will come, then only you will learn something.
Yes.
Need to troubleshoot all those things. Okay, so you are getting that data as well as statics, log, buffer. And now if you go to the data explorer, you can see your metrics for database. Now you can create a dashboard, you can create MSSQL, just you type MSSQL. So this is metrics. Right now we don't have any data. Just wait for a few minutes. Okay, you can see most of the data. Okay.
So the metrics that we were able to see during configuration of extension for MS SQL. So all those metrics will be visible under metric events, right?
Data Explorer.
Data Explorer. Okay.
Okay. So if you want to understand the metric definition, right? What does it mean? Okay. Then you go to that metric tab. Okay. If you go to that metric tab, for each metric, they will give you the definition of the metric. So if you type filter by MS SQL, no, Okay, so that's fine. So let's go here. So favorite filter by tag. No tag we have not added. Dimension what we have. Okay. So now in the dimension you search which database we have, MSSQL. So you can go down. You can find see Postgres. We have
Yeah. SQL
Postgres
Server
database.
availability. Database.
SQL Server available database. SQL Server group replica. So you take SQL Server database. Okay. So see database file size. What is file empty size? Expand this. Now I started coming. See this database. This is the real data. Now create a chart. It will redirect to the data explorer. Run this. You are getting. I'm now you say, well, hi Ravi, this is for which database, right? So filter by, split by, filter by, so split by database name. Okay, filter by database name. MSDB we have configured, na? So we are getting that for MSDB, right? We have no MSDB.
Yeah.
This one, MSDB. For this we are getting it. So this is the way you can get the data and get this. So if you want to understand, right, sometimes you know the requirement comes to configure this, but you don't everything you can't remember. Even from Dynatrace, right, as a real time, I have implemented in life once. Okay, then only freelancing I got some assignment, something, and sometimes even whatever the thing they are giving to me, I'm not aware of that. Okay, then I used to Google it, understand it, read that, and then doing that. Okay, that's how it works. So now, so like that, you need to understand that. Is that clear for everyone? Very 20 here.
Yesterday, sir, you told us that if the matrix is not visible under that metric event, so you need to add there, right?
So now, so if something is not visible,
Yeah.
okay, then you go to the monitor technology. From the JMX, you can create some certain metrics. Okay, so add new technology, JMX PMI extension editor, use it. Okay, so I'm giving some name, metric source. So you have only running for application. This is for application, not for database. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So if you select other also we have something all host, but still you cannot find the process because for your database you don't have any process running. It is running as a service.
Service.
Okay. Okay. So you cannot do that. Okay. So just if whatever the database KPI that Dynatrace is offering, from on top of that you are looking for, then you need to develop a plugin. Okay. And that plugin will be hosted on where? Environment ActiveGate, and then you fetch it from there. Is that clear for everyone?
Yeah.
So I have one MSSQL plugin. Okay, let me find and I will give it to you. Okay. So now, understood everyone? Vilash, Amitav. Okay.
Okay.
Now, so can we have a break for 15 minutes?
Sure.
And we'll meet at 4:15 and then 4 to 15 to 6.
Okay.
Okay. Proceed. Okay, so now we understood database. Now let's proceed with how you can integrate Dynatrace with AWS. Okay. Dynatrace integration is with AWS. So we have a dedicated page for AWS. We have for Azure. We have for Pivotal Cloud Foundry. We have VMware. All the cloud, right? And all the cloud. These are the major cloud that have a dedicated integration. Okay. And I don't know whether they have a GCP also or not. Just to check. GCP they have. GCP also they do have. So they do have a dedicated page for each cloud. Okay. So if you see Google Cloud Platform, no, this is for Dynatrace Hub, right? Go to your setting tab. You can understand which are the clouds are available. So if you go to that cloud virtualization, we have AWS, VMware, Azure, Cloud Foundry. We don't have GCP, okay? GCP infrastructure monitoring, all those things, that is different way, but cloud integration, they don't have, okay? So how you can do with AWS, okay? So let me show you that, okay? Let me close some browser here. I'm getting confused. Okay. So now, this is fine, okay. So if you go to that AWS classic page, we have, you see how it looks like. This will be the cloud integration, like how many Lambda service, how many load balancer, how many things, how many instance we have, how many email, how many Dynamo do you have, how many RDS instance we have. All those things also will get visible. So cloud observability also you can enable with that, okay? So how you can integrate Dynatrace with AWS, okay? So let me show you that, okay? So if I'll go to the document, so first thing to integrate Dynatrace with AWS, yeah, any cloud, what is required? Environment active gate, okay? So that already we have that, so that will suffice our problem. Now, okay, so now I'll go to the documentation page. So if you go to that setting tab and if you see Dynatrace integration with AWS, the two way that you can integrate. One is key base and second one is role base. Okay, in the AWS they have a key base and role base. Key base just like you have something access key, secret key, some credential and some account details so that you can integrate. Okay, so if you go to that AWS connect instance, you see we have a role base and one we have a key base. So key base integration only for China and US government. China / US government, not like China government and US government. China and US government it is available. So we have only which option? Role base, correct? So we need role of this account ID and generate a token and you connect it, right? So I will go to my AWS. And anyone has idea about cloud formation? I say yes, no.
Cloud formation.
No? No, right?
Yeah, it's a infrastructure provisioning tool as Terraform.
So if you know Terraform in the same similar kind of okay cloud formation also. So is the infrastructure IAC, infrastructure as a code we used to call, right? So it is like a provided by AWS, okay, and that help us to set up and manage some AWS resource, okay, that you want to do repeatedly or something, right? So you can manage that, which we used to call infrastructure as a code. Even Terraform is an infrastructure, okay? So you can have in this, okay, you can have your template, you can have your stack, and you can, so there is a two things here. So in the Terraform, we have two things. One, we have a template, one, we have a stack. One second. Guys, 1 second, I will be on mute for. Okay. So now, so first thing, okay, so Terraform, right? So in the cloud formation, we have two things, right? One is template and one is a stack, right? So first you need to understand what is template and what is a stack, correct? In the cloud formation, are you getting any sounds? Some drilling work is going on in some different flat. Okay. So in the cloud formation, guys, can you hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, so we have one template and one we have a stack. So what is template? What is a stack, Amitav? Any idea?
I think template is like a script. I don't have that much knowledge. Difference.
Okay. So template is just nothing but just like a YAML file. Yeah, you can say resource configuration files that you want to configure something, right? You suppose you want to set up one VM. So you should give in the configuration file. Okay, so VM 2 virtual CPU, 1 GB of RAM, okay, host name, all those things, right? Security group, VPC, all those things. Just here, no. So our template is just nothing but in terms of either it should be either a JSON, yeah, YAML file, okay, and that has a complete resource and configuration. Describe the resource configuration basically in the which format, this format, okay, and then we have a mapping condition, okay. A stack is a single unit that create. So once you give this configuration, a stack will help you to create. It will take a template and it will create. Are you getting my point? Now, is that clear for everyone? So template is just like a JSON or YAML file, okay, where you can provide your all the inputs, okay, whatever things. Suppose you want to create a VM, you want to create a Lambda service, you want to create some roles, you want to provide some permissions, okay. So you design your YAML file. So you create a template for that. Once you have a template is ready, with the help of a stack, we can create it. Template just like you design that, right? Now there will be someone, right, who can create it with the help of this template. Template is nothing but automatically will get filled up. Yes, yeah, no.
That means for template we use Terraform, and for configuration or stack we use Ansible, right?
No,
Or
no, no. So Terraform has different way of infrastructure as a code. Terraform, you need to write in the Terraform, you need to write some files, and then you have a Terraform init, initialize, then Terraform apply init, then you want to apply that, right? Basically, you are applying the Terraform. Okay. In the cloud formation, we have two things. You create a template, and then you stack it. In the Terraform, you don't have any kind of template design or something. You create a template for everything. Here we have some kind of format. You create a template, and then you create a stack. Okay, is that clear? Just
yes.
if somebody asks you what is cloud formation, okay, cloud formation is an infrastructure as a code where you can allow us to provision AWS resources, okay, such as you can give that and share the resource, share that, and easy to manage and reuse the template. Okay, suppose I have created one EC2 instance, same template I will use, and another person also they can create it. In the Terraform is not like that. Okay, Terraform also, because you need to modify. So here also you can modify little bit. Yeah, you can have your with the environment variable, then you can able to manage that. Okay, you can give your name in the stack. Okay, so template will just like the environment variable type.
No.
And a stack you give the name, all those things. Okay, and template is nothing but is a core feature of CloudFormation that has JSON YAML file, okay, that describe the resource configurations needed for your application, for service, whichever the service you want to create it, okay. And a stack help us to create, update, okay, delete, okay, using delete that something, okay. So template is created, then with the help of a stack you create that something, okay, something like that, okay. So now with the cloud formations we are doing that, okay. So if we'll go to that Dynatrace AWS integration page, then I don't remember what are things I need to do. Dynatrace AWS integration. No, not this is the integration page. There. So here we have, this is the document, okay. So end-to-end metrics, okay. So now what I need to do? So admin permission we have, ActiveGate capable for AWS monitoring we have, then the role-based authentication, okay. So what I will do, so you can create a role-based with the help of AWS CLI also. I don't want to do that, okay. So I will go with first. Okay, so let's do. So add a cloud service, other service. Okay, where we have a role. So they are telling a cloud formation stack, the account hosting your ActiveGate containing the following resource. A role of your environment ActiveGate hosting your infrastructure on AWS, which is attached the policy defined down. Okay, then cloud formation stack for monitored account. Okay, so I'll go to the cloud formation, create a new stack. Okay. So first, okay, setting cloud virtual connect nation use authentic role base under the token. You copy the external ID. So I'll go to my AWS page and I will give the role name this Dynatrace AWS. I gave a demo DT demo environment. Okay. Then role base generate a token. Token you copy it. Put it in notepad. Token. Okay, is that clear? Now I will go to my AWS. I'll go to the cloud formation. Okay, I'll not create a template. I'll create a stack directly. Okay, template means use the template, create a stack. I'll give the stack in the stack itself. So create, okay, and choose existing template. So we don't have any template right now. So use build. So let's see. Okay, so we have the template. Sorry, we have the template. So let's go to documentation. So cloud stack host activate. Okay, so here. Where we have it. So we have this all those things here. Create a role, ActiveGate account. So you download this, okay? So open this, copy this, open your
This is the template
notepad.
that we are downloading.
Yeah, this is template, okay? Control V, sorry. So this is the name. This is copy the raw file. This is the template, we are downloading it, okay? Okay, now save as a okay. One second, what is the name? Sorry, cancel it. This is the name I'm giving, okay? File, save as, Control V, all file, put in desktop, okay? Okay, this got saved. Now, go to the documentation. So now in your Amazon console, we have downloaded this. Okay, in your Amazon console, go to CloudFormation, go to a stack, create a new stack with new resource. So create a stack with new resource, everything. Okay, and upload a template file. Okay, desktop. Okay, which one is today? Why it is showing 2? Okay, 1 second. Why it is showing? What is the date today? 17th, right?
Yeah.
What is this date today? 5. Okay, let me delete this. This is not required. Last batch that I have given training now. So, okay. So now we go here, upload the file, go to desktop. I will upload this. Okay. Next. So this is the template that we have used. Next, a stack name. So just I'm giving APM-DT. Okay. And monitor account ID. So AWS has an account. Okay. So which account you want to monitor? So this is my account ID. I'll give this. A role name, you should remember that. I'll go to my notepad. This is my role name. Okay. Now go next. I don't want to add any custom part. Whatever the default one, you go and create this. Okay. Acknowledge, submit. So one CloudFormation stack got created. Okay. Now let's read the document. So till in monitor account ID, I have given enter the ID. Okay. The name of the, okay, select next, then integrate. Review the configuration, select acknowledge. Okay, then via CLI you can do this. Okay. Then one is done. Then second one. Now again for active gate role. So this I need to close this. Now active gate. So open this and okay, copy this raw file. Open your notepad. Paste it. Okay. Now open your notepad. Save. Okay. So role-based access. All file, desktop. Okay. Role-based access temp monitor account.temp YAML file. Okay. So now I'll go to my okay, so let's go to the documentation. So this is, again I need to create a stack. So I need to create 2 stack. One for to create that and second one to roll. role-based access. Okay, I'll go to my cloud formation, check whether everything is ready now. Still it is in progress. Wait for a few minutes. Okay, let's create. Nothing will happen. Okay, upload a template. Choose file. Desktop. Okay, so what is the name? A role-based access monitor account. Account. This one, right? ActiveGate account ID. So ActiveGate is also running on my same cloud. So I will copy this. Okay. Now external ID. You remember while doing the Dynatrace integration, that external ID that we have generated. So this is my external ID. Copy
Hello?
it. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Guys, go for a mute. Amay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now external ID. Okay. I have given activate role name, all those things. So activate role name is,
ఇంతకుముందు వచ్చిన అతన్ని.
this is my activate role.
ఆ,
Okay. Now
ఇప్పుడు
next,
నాకు మనం ముందు
stack name,
పెట్టింది అది కాదా?
AG role. Okay.
ఇప్పుడు ఆ బ్లాక్ కలర్ ది అదేనా?
Guys, go for a mute na.
అవునవును. సరే, ఇది మనం తెచ్చుకుంటే అతన్నే పిలుద్దామా? అవునవును.
Okay. Amay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's fine. Now I have selected this. So not required, sample role, all those things. Go next. Acknowledge, submit. So both the stack got created with the different template. In the Keybase, when you are doing that, right? I done for US, okay? One of the government, one of the, I help one of the guy. Okay, in that Keybase, what is happening is here, whatever the integration you have done, you done one with the service. Okay, now you need to add the service, which service you want to monitor in Dynatrace. Okay, when you are doing for that Keybase integration in the JSON, you need to define, okay, I want to monitor EC2, I want to monitor S3 bucket, I want to monitor RDS, I want to monitor Lambda, I want to monitor DynamoDB, I want to monitor MSSQL. Like that, you need to define that JSON, okay, and you need to upload that JSON. It is very difficult, okay. So here we have a template as a variable. Now all the service name, right? It will be get visible in Dynatrace UI. Just you add your service, whichever the service you want to monitor, you can monitor that. Only that service license will get charged. Otherwise, what will happen if you add all the service? Every time something in the backend, right? There will be a CloudWatch API will go to that service and check whether anything is there. Anything was happened, and then the data will get pushed to Dynatrace, correct? So for that, AWS will charge, no? Yes, yeah, no. Suppose you are not using Lambda, and in the JSON you have added Lambda also. Then what will happen? every time that data retrieval is every 60 minutes, 60 seconds, then what happened? Every 60 seconds, that CloudWatch API, they'll go to that Lambda, will check any service is there. No, come out. If service is there, then what is their status, health, any issue, logs, then they will take all those things and then will send the data to Dynatrace. Correct? So that AWS will. So suppose your service does not exist and still your CloudWatch API going to your service, going to that service and checking whether exists, then it will proceed, right? Otherwise, if it is not in a part of a scope itself, then it will not go to that CloudWatch API. Correct? That is the reason earlier, like license will got getting more. Why? Because people, what they used to do is they used to take a default JSON and upload it. Okay, it was very difficult. Okay, so that is the reason they come up with this template format. So you go and add the service in your Dynatrace UI, whichever the service, so that CloudWatch API will go and check that service only. So now I'll go to my EC2 and I will attach the policy that we have created for ActiveGate. So I will go to my Dynatrace. Okay, I will go to the deployment status, which ActiveGate will use for integration. ActiveGate. So we have this. So IP is 172.31.33.192. This is for what? Okay, so 31.33.192, right? I'll go to my EC2 AG2 AG1. So AG1 I will go 192.33.192. I'll stop the instance. Okay. Instance are stopped. So it got stopped. Then I will go to that action, security, modify IAM role, and I will attach that IAM role, that Dynatrace ActiveGate role. Okay. So now it got attached. I will open this. Okay, I'll start the instance. Once instance got started, account ID I need for AWS. So I will copy this. This is my account ID. The role of the connection name is role name Dynatrace monitoring underscore. So I want to monitor all the resources. Now let's check whether ActiveGate is up. I'll connect that. got integrated. Now I will go to my AWS page. Refresh it. Wait for a few minutes. Okay. Data retrieval is 60 seconds. Wait for few minutes. First time we are right. So now APM-DT demo is coming up. So now I don't see any data, right? So if you want, wait for few minutes. A few of the service, right, by default will get visible. Are you getting my point? Amay, Avilash.
Yeah, yes, sir. I think the approach has changed, sir. In our previous video that I watched on YouTube, there we directly create the role and then we'll be able to integrate AWS with Dynatrace. Now,
Yeah.
the mechanism is changed.
Earlier it was like Keybase. Okay, earlier it was
Yeah.
okay. In my video also you can see Keybase. Okay,
Keybase, yeah.
Keybase just you need to have a JSON, all those things I told you, right? Now that what happened is whenever you have a JSON, okay, so in the JSON whatever the Dynatrace was supporting, okay, why it is I'm not able to write? Just a minute. Okay. Enable. Why my pen is suddenly stopped? Just a minute. Okay. I don't know why it is pen is suddenly stopped. Okay, just a minute. So what I'm trying to say is whenever you are doing integration, right? Why pen is not working here suddenly? That is pointer. No. Okay. So whenever, right? Okay, so let's see 1 second. If you can share some notes. Okay. So what is happening is whenever you are writing a JSON, right? Okay. In the keybase, you need to write a JSON here, something like this. Okay. Here you need to define something like EC2 is equal to some variables. Okay. Running on with something like this. Okay. It would be very difficult. Okay. First thing. And you have written all the JSON. But you are monitoring only EC2, S3 bucket, Lambda, and Kubernetes you have in your organization, RDS. In that case, only this 5 JSON will be, you should be there, right? What people used to do, okay, as a Dynatrace admin, they used to attach all the policy, default policy. But here in the CloudWatch API, okay, it will check all the service running you have added in the JSON. So for that, when you are going to that, this will get charged $0.0001. Okay, and then it will use license. So now they have stopped doing that. Now you can do only for US, China and US government, but with a role base, you create a template. Now, so once your template got created, okay, once your template got created, go and check. Sorry, what is happening? So now you see, we have a 2 service. Hey, why it is coming this? Need to delete it. Okay, so now if you see where we have AWS, now see we have how many instances? See, so you take zone wise. So now we have total 6 instance host. Okay, you are getting where we have agent installed, not agent, what is the IOPS network, CPU, state, everything you are getting, environment 6. Okay, now you can go inside also. We have how many instances for RDS 2, MSSQL and MSSQL DB. So now for this, right, you can see what is the CPU. Now you have done integration. Okay, and now you are now you have done database integration. Now you are done cloud integration. See, now you are getting CPU usage for that resource. Service. What are the service here? No service, traffic, storage, everything. CPU, memory, disk you got, na? Now, yes, yeah, no, because it's not running on as a server. It's running as a server. So still, after integration, you are able to achieve this. Okay, so there is a cloud observability. Okay, that is used to call. Okay, so like this we can have. Okay, is that clear for everyone? How you can integrate? Now, if you go inside, now suppose I went ActiveGate, but no agent is running. Go inside, and you can get at least ActiveGate CPU, volume, all those things. Easily you are getting. If you install one agent on the ActiveGate also, then you will get more information. But at least you are getting some information, right? So it will be easy for you. So now if you go to the Data Explorer, lot of metrics that you can see that. Okay. Now just to type AWS. So like this, we will have a network balancer, load balancer, all those things, right? So see RDS, CPU usage, database, filtered by database. So I don't want to filter and need both the database. Run the query. Put it in table. So MSSQL, CPU usage 21, APM-DT DB 4%. Now RDS just to type. Now see RDS free storage space, memory, network, everything you are getting na, when you are doing the cloud integration. Is that clear for everyone? Okay, so like this, whichever the service you have, okay, just you type AWS, all the service. So you don't have any application load balancer. So you don't have that. Then you don't have any. Now you have a EBS, so you are getting the EBS. Now you have a EC2, you are getting EC2. Right now you don't have any Lambda. Okay. So you don't have any Lambda. So, okay. So let's create a Lambda service. So we have, right, how you can monitor your serverless application. Am I correct? Yes, yeah, no. So serverless, what are the component we have for serverless? One already I told. Guys,
AWS Lambda.
okay, another one. That one already I told.
Target, I think.
Yeah. So AWS, we have AWS Lambda. Okay. Then imagine API gateway, S3, Azure function, Google Cloud function. Okay. Then DynamoDB, Azure Cosmos DB. These are like serverless. Okay. So that we have that. So now, suppose you want to monitor your Lambda service. I will not go all the serverless component. Okay. So suppose I want to monitor Lambda service. Okay. So what I need to do? I'll go to here. Okay. Just to type deploy one agent. Okay. And then I will select Lambda service. So we have Lambda. I already told you, right? So you can go to Dynatrace also. You can find serverless. So this is Lambda, Azure function, Google Cloud function, okay, Envoy, Istio, all those things, okay. So now I'm going to Lambda. So I'm taking code is running on Python. I need trace and logs both. I will create a token. Yeah, you can create a token from the access token page also. So I'm creating here also. This is a dummy environment, right? Anyway. So we have Lambda layer, environment variable, okay. By default endpoint, you have the endpoint, then you can give that. Okay. So we'll keep as it is. Okay. Let's close all the browser because it's getting confused. Then we'll do Dynatrace integration with Kubernetes cluster. After that, then we'll see for Kafka. Okay. So we'll keep here. Okay. Now I will go my where. So I need this, right? So I will go to my where here and just to type Lambda. So first let's create a Lambda service. Lambda. So we need to create a function. Okay. So okay, so create a function. So I will take, so you can create from the scratch. You can have your blueprint and you have any image uploaded, then you can deploy the image. Okay. So now, so I don't have, so any, I'm creating from this, just I'm doing the sample. So just I'm going the test. Function name is test. So APM-DT test. Okay. Now running on Python 3.12. So first you need to check whether Dynatrace support Python 3.12 or not. So you need to go with documentation, but let me go with 3.10 or 3.11. Okay. Then 86. Okay. Then permission and all basic, which is the basic one, right? I don't want to go much, otherwise cost much. Okay. So I will go here, I'll create the function. So function I'm creating APM-DT test. So function URL, I don't have that. Okay, just I'm creating that. Okay, so that endpoint they're looking for, right, in the Dynatrace UI, you can have here. If you enable that function URL, but still you can enable that without. So that is optional. So I have this. Okay. Okay. So I'll go to that. So this is my code. Okay. So just some import JSON, def lambda hello event context. Okay, status. Okay, this one. Okay, now this code only I'll deploy it. So first I will go here. I'll create configure test in the event, and this is my test. Okay, event name is APM-DT sample test. Okay, first I wanted to show you that how you can integrate. This will be already created, okay, for you, like no need to create a lambda service, all those things, function and all. Okay, function will be exist how you can pull the data, push the data to Dynatrace UI. Okay, but I need to set up, right? So just I'm doing the sample code. Okay, save. Okay, and then go to the sample test. Okay. So now we have that sample. We need to invoke that. Invoke is done. So we are getting that execution. Now we need to invoke that. So I'm doing again configure test, sample test. Again, I'm invoking. So I'm doing the transactions. Okay. I'm not doing the deploying it. Okay. So this is done. I'll go to the configuration and I'll go to the environment variables. There is a different way of doing that. Okay. So if you go to the Dynatrace and you see, so one way is environment variable. Second one, if you deploy as a container image. So how you have deployed, we are taking a Grafana image on Docker host, we are deploying it, right? Same way you have application image, then you put it somewhere, and then from that you image a deploy. You have deploy using AWS Cloud Formation, SAM, Terraform, using serverless framework, okay, JSON and environment variable. So I'm going with environment variable, okay, basic one, okay, and then I'll give that, okay. So AWS Lambda layer, execution, and region. So what is my region? So my application also, cloud is also on US is to 1 only. US is to 1 only, okay. So I'll go here, copy this, go to my AWS. Okay, I'll go to environment, edit, add environment variable, Control V, go here, copy this, OPT Dynatrace, add more, one more. So I will go here, DT tenant, Control V, what is the value? This is my value, cluster ID, then DT connection base URL, this is my base URL. Then we have DT auth token. Okay. Then we have so the one is for log, one is for applic traces. Okay. So that token you can see, right? DT open telemetry enabled, control C. For event integration, yes. True. Okay. So I will do the save. So this got added. I'll go to that layer. Okay. Then I'll go add layer. Specify the ARN and you give the ARN. Means you are deploying agent now. So this is my ARN for Python. You can see this is for Python. So I will go to my AWS and I'll provide a ARN and I'll verify whether this ARN is correct. So it is supporting till 3.12 because few days back when I was giving in January, right, it was supported 3.11 only. Okay. So I am adding that. Okay. So now we have lambda function, configure test, invoke. Okay, so we are getting this configure test, invoke. So just 4 or 5 times I'll do. And sample code, configure test, invoke. I'm not deploying it. That is the sample code, right? Sample code you cannot deploy. Okay, but you can invoke so that you can get the data. So we are getting that, right? So now, so we have invoked some. Okay, now let's go to the Dynatrace portal. Okay, now let's go to the service page. First, let's go to the AWS page. Check whether we have a Lambda service. Okay, so we have, so any extra service. Okay, so Lambda we have a 0 right now. Okay, activate log monitoring. Let's wait, we'll do later. So Lambda service we got. So any service, it is not showing in your UI. You go here and configure the service. So right now default service is this much only. Okay, by default Elasticsearch load balancer RDS. So I don't have any load balancer. Then what I will do? I'll remove this. I don't have any DynamoDB. I'll remove this because I don't need this, right? Whichever the service I need, I want to use that service. I have EBC, EC2 auto scaling. I don't have. I'll remove this auto scaling. RDS we have, S3 bucket we don't have. So S3 bucket also I'll remove. Only this 4. So any service you want, go here and add the service. Okay. So I have, okay, imagine FSX. I'll add this. So that service start fetching the data. So now it is connecting to AWS. Now CloudWatch API always is getting hitting that. Okay. And now whichever the FX service we have, function SQL service, it will fetch that data. So now see 6 KPI metric got defined. Okay. So like this, you can add your service once your integration is done. Is that clear for everyone? So now if you Lambda service is visible, now if you go to the AWS, now you Lambda service, now click on that function. So see, so we are getting that APM-DT test, fail request, throughput, okay, related service. No, we don't have any related service. Distributed traces, we are getting logs. So we are getting the logs, right? Whatever things you have executed, request ID, state, span, latency, everything we are getting, right? So this is the way. So this you can go from here AWS cloud page also for Lambda service, and you go service page also you can able to find. Is that clear for everyone?
Yes, yes.
Any doubt to understand how you can fetch the data? So you need to understand few things while fetching that service, Lambda service integration, right? You are deploying that, right? First, you need to understand that I need to fetch via environment variable. If they say that my application running as an image, and if they are ready to add, okay, suppose if you go as a deploy, go to deploy Dynatrace. You go to that Lambda service, and if they said that, okay, whatever the language you have, the runtime you have, Node.js, Python, Java, all those things. If it says configure and deploy as a container image, then in their image, in their Docker file, that application, that image that it was developed, right? In that Docker file itself, they will write this. Are you getting my point? Okay, you develop your Docker file. Otherwise, you develop your Docker file and then you deploy as a image. Okay. So that it will be easy for you. Okay. Yeah. If they are saying, I want to deploy as a cloud formation, then you go here, define your Lambda function. Okay. So use the following template for define your Lambda function. This is the template you have for defining a Lambda function. Okay. Then if you want to go with AWS SAM, then use the define a Lambda function. Okay. So like this, you have this. Okay. If you want to go Terraform, then you see resource name, file name, function name, role name, handler, source code, where it is. So source code you need to provide. Then runtime, environment variable, layers. See all those things getting added. Then you use that following snippet to Lambda layer ARN. Okay, once function got created, then you want to do that. Okay, so this is the way you can define, but the simple way is via environment variable. Very simple. Yeah, Jason. So copy this JSON into your, so this is your variable for Lambda opt/Dynatrace. To add the following environment variable, so we need to add and copy this JSON snippet file for DT configuration JSON and locate in the root folder of your AWS Lambda function. In the root folder, just you add it. That's it. And then in the layer, you add it like this. Okay. So this is the way you can do that. Okay. Is that clear for everyone? So if you go to the service page, you can also see your Lambda service. Either you go from the cloud page, yeah, you go from the service page. So service page, just to type custom service, it will not come, but just you check Lambda, see Lambda, it is coming with a logo itself. So here you select with technology. Okay, technology, and then you type AWS Lambda. You are getting right. What is the response time, slowest, failure rate, request, all those things we are getting. So we did 7 requests in last 2 hours. Now, if you go inside that, either you come from the AWS page, AWS from the here, yeah, you directly come here. That is your miss. So if you want to enable new Lambda service, all those things, suppose you want to create more than that, then need to have the integration. Is that clear for everyone?
Yes, sir.
See, to monitor more AWS Lambda CloudWatch metrics, read about the enabling new Lambda. Okay, so you need to enable Lambda service. So any service, right? So you need to enable that. So there is a documentation they are selling for a new service and alerting that you can go and proceed with that. Is that clear for everyone? Shall we start with this topic?
Yeah.
Amay,
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Avilash. Are you getting any sound, background sound?
No.
No, no.
No, right? Because some drilling work is going on. I don't know, my pen is not working. Yeah, sometimes. Any idea how to fix the pain? I'm able to write, but from pain I'm not able to write. Okay, that's fine. I think battery issue or something. Okay, so now let's discuss about, I'll open the notepad itself. In this working annotation. No, here also not working. This is working, but that is not working. Okay, fine. So I'll open a notepad. Okay. So now we need to understand how you can integrate, how to integrate Dynatrace with Kubernetes EKS cluster. Anyone has idea of Kubernetes?
Yes.
Tell me.
So basically, it is a orchestration platform
Hmm.
through which we manage our containers mainly. And in Kubernetes, there are some components like API server, control manager, etcd, kubeproxy, kubelet, and worker node like that.
Okay. So Kubernetes, right? So when you talk about Kubernetes, right? So Kubernetes can be deployed. Okay. You can create as a service. Yeah, you can have your servers and where you can deploy your Kubernetes servers, master node, all those things. Okay. So I'm not drawing an architecture. I will let's fetch the architecture from the Google. Is architecture. Okay. So let's basic architecture. So you take this. Okay. So this is your architecture. Why it is coming like this? Okay. So something like this. Okay. So now, so Kubernetes has 1:2. Okay. Just to remember that Kubernetes has 1:2. One will be master minimum and 2 will be the worker. Okay. And Kubernetes, what is the Kubernetes definition? Okay. Kubernetes, someone also used to call K8. It is an open source platform and is designed to automate deploying, scaling, and operating the containerized application, only container-based application. Okay, so it helps us to automate deploying or scaling. Scaling means just to think like now you have 4 virtual CPU and 16 GB of RAM. Okay, all the requests are coming out and you are running some enterprise applications and all the requests are coming this. Suddenly from next month onward, you observe that now we have a lot of traffic on your application, a lot of business. Traffic, nothing but just like a business. If 100 requests will come to your application, 10, 20, 30 will get converted. If your request itself is not coming, then how you will get revenue and you will get a business, right? So now from next month onwards, now it get increased 1,000 to 10,000 requests per minute. Okay, then in that case, what will happen? Server has a too much load and application goes down, process may crash, suddenly heap memory will get full, GC will get having issue, and all those things, your server application will goes down. Suddenly go and start the application. So when you have those kind of application and running as a containerized environment in the Kubernetes orchestration environment, in that case, you can mention something like, hey, if this if there is a too much load and when your CPU usage reach 80%, greater than that, scale it to one more application server. It will get a scale. When it will request goes down, scale out. Okay, so you have a scaling mechanism. Okay, so that it will help you. So application will not goes down. Okay, suppose sometime what happened? Why application is going down? Too much load, too much traffic on your application, so that your application will go down. And application goes down, again someone has to clean up everything and then you start the application. So during that time your application goes down, no revenue, no business, right? No data. What happened? So Kubernetes will help us in that. That will help only for when your application is containerized based application, not like monolith application. Okay. Now, so Kubernetes has a master node and worker node. So already I told you it has a 1:2 ratio. So master node having at least one master, 2 workers. You can have your scaling like 1, 2 master, something like that, anything. Okay. But at least you should have a 1 master and 2 worker. Okay. So, and master node has few components that you are seeing in the architecture, right? First is API server. So what is API server, Amitav?
API server is mainly used for to receive the request from the control plane. Master node.
Master node is nothing but just like a control plane. Okay.
Control plane, yes.
Okay. API server is the front end of the Kubernetes control plane. Master node is the API server, just like a brain. Just to think that. Okay. It exposes the Kubernetes API to the responsible for handling internal and external requests. It is exposing the API and Kubernetes API. It will expose as a Kubernetes API and is responsible for handling internal and external requests. Okay. So handling requests will happen through the API server. What is etcd? So etcd is just like database, you can say, and it will store all the cluster data as a key value pair. So name, namespace, Dynatrace, something like that. Okay. container name, container ID, whatever things you have, it will store as a key value pair. All the backing stored data, all the cluster data as a key value pair. Okay, what is control manager? So control manager, that handle routing the task. Okay, routing means, you know, right, where it should go, on which worker node, all those things. Okay, that will taken care by control manager. Replicas such as a replication, node operation, and more. Okay, scheduler we have, right? So scheduler is responsible to assigning a pod. Something, suppose in your worker node, because some region pod goes down. Okay, inside the pod there will be container. Inside the container there will be an application service. Okay, now your pod goes down. What will happen? So scheduler will be responsible for assigning new pod. On which node? Suppose node 1. Okay, like we have a 2 node, right? So node 1 we have a too much traffic. So now scheduler will assign, some pod goes down. So now scheduler will assign pod to new node. It can assign to new node. Okay. So that has a scheduler responsibility. Okay. Then you are coming to the worker node. So worker node, there will be only two things. Okay. Kubelet and kubeproxy. Okay. So kubelet is nothing but just like an agent, just like a Dynatrace agent, right? Same way is a kubelet is also an agent run on each worker node to ensure that containers are running in the pod. Means kubelet is running as an agent, and that agent ensuring that your container is running in the pod. If it is not running, it will register with the API server or something. Okay? Kubeproxy will take care of network rules, network communication. Okay, is that clear for everything? So now what is pod? Pod is the smallest and simplest Kubernetes object that represents single instance of running process, okay, in your cluster, and can container one more containers. Inside the pod, there will be container would be running. Inside the container, there will be application service process, whatever you can say that. Okay, is that clear for everyone? What is Kubernetes? Vilash, Amitabh is knowing little bit. Can you hear me? Amitabh, can you hear me?
Yes, Ravi, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. So now you understood that, right? So now let's set up the Kubernetes first. Okay. And then let's integrate with Dynatrace. Okay. So now I'm going to instance. It will take time, exact 1 hour to do the integration. Yeah, less than 45, around 45 minutes. Okay. I'll go to my EKS. So Kubernetes has, AWS has a EKS, Azure has a AKS. Okay. So you create a Kubernetes service. Okay. Now I'll add a cluster, create a cluster. So I am giving APM-DT 01. Okay. Now what is that? Then Kubernetes version. So latest version is 1.30. So I'm going 1.n-2, n-3, 1.26. Is that fine? Now, so I need to create a IAM role. Okay. So I'll go to IAM now. Let me close some browser. I'll go with IAM now. Okay, now, so I need to select a IAM, right? So I will go to IAM, go to role. Okay. Then create a role. I need to remember that what a role I'm giving. Okay. So use case, just to type EKS is coming up. So I need to create a role for what? EKS, which one? Let me find document. So I need for cluster. Okay. So next. Okay. Now any other permission is required? Okay, let me open that notepad. Okay. Recently that I have done it. So I need role name. Okay. Only EKS is sufficient. Okay. Now, so I will go with this one. Okay. So next, a role name I will Dynatrace EKS cluster role. Okay. I'll give this. We have EKS cluster policy create. So my role is got created. Okay. So now I will go here. I'll refresh it. I got this EKS cluster role. Okay, then what else? Then allow cluster administration access. I don't want to allow disallow cluster administration access. So EKS API and config map, that is fine. Okay. So I want any encryption. I don't want any secret or encryption, all those things. Okay. So we have a default VPC. Okay. Choose security group. Okay. So security group default we can take. I don't want to do. Already it is there. It will create a security group. Okay. I don't want to do that. Then what else? So I want to have endpoint access, both public and private. Yeah, public. You can means endpoint means that cluster has the API, right? So that I want to access public. Yeah, public and private both. You can give that. Okay, so I'm giving public. Next. Okay, observability you want to enable. Observability means monitoring, right? So I don't want to enable. Next. Okay. So see, everything getting added. Okay. So now guard EKS runtime monitoring. I don't need CNI, all those things. Okay. Hope everything is correct. Next. Okay. Next. Okay, so meanwhile, I need to create one more role for worker node. Okay, so let's create a role. Okay. Select AWS service. Choose. So I need EC2. Okay. And then next. And what are things I need? Container registry. Can you see? So what are the documents? Let me check. Okay, so worker node. We need CNI policy, container registry. So just to type container registry. Oh, sorry. Container registry. Container registry read only. Okay, then CNI policy. CNI policy. Then what else? Worker node policy. Okay, imagine EKS worker node policy. Okay, next. Role name. What is the last role name I have given? Dynatrace EKS cluster role, right? Okay, so this is okay. So I'm giving the role name Dynatrace worker node role. Dynatrace worker node role. Okay. So we have three. Imagine EKS, imagine EC2 container register read only, EKS CNI policy, and we have EKS worker node
Okay, node
policy.
policy.
Three policies required. Okay. Then I will create a role. Okay. See, last time I have. Okay. Okay.
So we don't need VPC access and EC2 access.
VPC, that default it was created. Okay, during the EKS you create, right? So default VPC subnet will get created. Okay, so I'm not creating separately. Default is getting created. That only I'm taking. Okay. So I will go to my cluster. Where it is getting created, yeah. Hey, where it was, yeah? I have created one cluster, na? It got failure. What? It did not create it. No. Okay. Create again. Dynatrace EKS. Okay. APM-DT 01. Cluster role. Okay. So default VPC getting created. Subnet. Okay. IP4 public. Next. I don't need. Okay. Next. Next. Create. Meanwhile, let's set up one EC2 instance where I can install Windows kubectl. Okay, because in my system already installed, right? So let me set up that. Okay, so EC2 Windows. I'm giving just Windows. Okay, so one virtual, one CPU is sufficient. Okay, key pair I need to create because it required RSA win template PEMKey PPK. PEMKey is also sufficient. Desktop. Select existing security group. Default. Sorry. Launch. Okay. So here I will install kubectl everything. Okay. Not like in my system already installed. Just to go and use it. No, I'll use it directly from here. Now check our APM-DT 01 cluster got created. Okay. So now meanwhile, I will go here. Now go here. Will take time, 10 minutes minimum. Meanwhile, we'll set up this kubectl. Okay. So I will go here. I will connect RDP, get password, upload my PEM key, win template, decrypt it. This is my password. Okay. So I will go. Okay. Ask the password. You give the password. Okay. So we are able to connect Windows Server. Credential did not work. Why? Why it is happening? Use a host name. This is my password. Username administrator. Okay. Host name. Okay. Password required. Okay. Get password. Upload a file. Password. Okay. Something last time it was missed or something. Okay. So now let's download kubectl. For Windows. So install kubectl on Windows. So download the latest kubectl binary. Okay. This one. Then validate the binary custom file. Then using this command. Okay. Yeah. If your Choco installed, then Choco. So they are not giving to download via zip. Okay, so to latest stable version, the binary with the curl command. Okay, so they are not giving any package. Windows. Okay, so this is the command. Okay, so copy this. Go here. Yes. because these are things my local system already installed. Okay, so I thought, okay, let me teach you, because if you are not aware, right, at least you should be knowing that. Done as administrator. Now, so it will get installed on administrator folder. Okay, so first command. Okay, so it's getting downloaded. Now, if you type dir, you can see. Okay, see user administrator. Okay, so if you go to this folder, see kubectl exe got there, right here. You have
Yes,
seen that. C drive. If you go user administrator, so you have a kubectl here. You can see. Now go here. So version, that's it. Only one command, not like a 10 commands. Once it is done, verifying, and I'm not going to verify everything. Download one. That's it. Okay. Then kubectl version -- client. Okay. So if you go here and type, just you keep kubectl. If you are getting kubectl, all those things, then your setup is done. That's it. Okay. So now your setup is done. Now let's check whether our our cluster got created. Still it is getting created. So my cluster is active and running. It is a green state. Okay. Now I will go compute resource. I'll create a node group. Add node group. So I'll give the node group name. Okay. Like EKS node group. Okay. Role already we have created, worker node role. Okay. Now nothing I know. I don't need any labels. I don't need any group, any tents, all those things. No tags, nothing. Okay. Capacity on demand. Instance type. So by default, disk size already we have given. Node group, auto scaling. So see auto scaling configuration. So I don't need any auto scaling. If you want, you can have this. So auto scaling, I should have, okay, value one. So node group, okay, that's fine. Next. So I'm creating a node group. Okay. So one my node group is there. Okay. Now there's so many things I need to cover. I need to go, I am now again dashboard, and I need users I need access key and secret key. where I can get access key, secret key. My security credentials. Okay, here you go. Create access key. So this will be for AWS access key. And this is your secret key. Okay. Now I need AWS CLI also to configure. Okay. If you go to your server and if you type here AWS, anything will come? No, right? AWS configure, something will come? No. So I need AWS CLI. So download. Let me download this. How to install AWS CLI in Windows. Download. Okay. We used to call AWS command line interface. Okay. For Windows, okay, download MSI file. Okay, put it in desktop. Getting downloaded. Done. Safety. Copy this. Control C. Go to here. Paste it. Okay, now it got now let's install it. Okay, done. Now if you type on the server, close this. Now you type cmd right click as administrator. Now you type AWS configure. So it will ask access key, right? So access key already we have created. So this is my access key. Control V, Control C, then go here. Then it will ask secret key. So this is my secret key. Okay, default region you don't keep it. Okay, it could be any region, right? So now if you want to understand about the Kubernetes cluster, so kubectl is also there. If you want to understand what is the command AWS, so this command is available in this notepad. Okay. Okay. So cluster status, Kubernetes cluster status. So cluster name is, what is the cluster name, guys? I don't remember. Instance, just to type APM-DT 01. Copy, C, put in another notepad. Name is APM-DT 01. APM-DT 01. Okay. So my also cluster is running on same region. Okay. Okay. So my cluster is active. So I'm able to communicate the cluster. Now check whether worker node is up or not. So go to now. Go to now your cluster EKS. Hey, what happened here? Okay. So cluster is active. Okay. Now check compute. Both are ready now. So my all the cluster setup is ready now. Okay. Now what is the second command? Second command, we need configure kubeconfig. Okay. So for name. Okay. So now let me go to that Dynatrace portal first. Now it will not take more time. 10 minutes, more than 10 minutes. Okay, I will go to that deploy Dynatrace. Deploy one agent. Select Kubernetes. So name I will give Cluster name is APM-DT01. What is the group name? Node group name is a recommended. You can have, that is fine. If you don't have, that is also fine. Token you can create. This you can create. Okay. So now let's first create the kube config. Okay. So what is the command to create a kube config is configuration files. Okay. So now here go to another notepad. At second command we ran that APM-DT01. APM-DT01. Control C, go here. Okay. What is happening here? Something is happening. It's just this much time. Okay, so now they are telling it should be Helm installed. So now I need to install Helm also. Why here that kube config is not getting updated? Okay. So kubectl is there. Just should type kubectl get ns. is happening? I don't understand. Okay. So see, API is no connection could be. So I need to refusing it. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to update the kubeconfig. Now got up. I think systems are very slow because one micro server, right? That is the nature. Okay. So now if you type kubectl get ns, it will show something, right? See. So now I'm able to connect that. Okay. So now what I will do is first I'll create a namespace called Dynatrace. Okay. So I'm not going with Helm. Okay. So I'll download this YAML file. Okay. Put it in desktop. Okay. Copy this. Go to your target server. Okay. And the systems are little slow, became slow now. Just wait for a few minutes. Okay. User administrator. Okay. So I pasted the YAML file. Dynacube.yaml file. Okay. Now what I need to do is kubectl create. What is the command to create a namespace? Kubectl create namespace Dynatrace. Okay. So namespace got created. So if you do kubectl ns, now you can see Dynatrace. Namespace is nothing but just like a folder you have created. One project, yeah, one folder. Okay. Now go to your Dynatrace portal. They are telling create namespace already there. So what I need to do is they have changed that. Okay, so I need to run this. So please note that Helm and kubectl must be installed. Okay, so they are telling Helm and both. So let installed Helm also. There are so many things we need to install. Download Helm for Windows. Download Helm from describe version. Hey, for Windows we have na. Go to server.
So whatever things we do with this Windows virtual machine, we can create an Linux virtual machine and we can do the same thing also.
I didn't get you. What you are trying to say? No. Helm you can install Linux machine also. Helm you can install Windows machine also. kubectl also can be installed Windows and Linux.
Okay.
Anything, any server you can do that.
I think Linux is too good for them.
Yeah, I took wrong decision little
Yes.
earlier. Okay, so now I thought already I have created a VM. Then let's do that. Okay, that is the region. You can install. So to open the CMD and run it from there. So now how to install it? Now go to here, unpack it. From package manager, brew install, Choco install. For Windows, they are not giving, huh? Okay. So now what I will do is, now almost done, just I need to install Helm. So dir okay. So we have Helm file. Okay. cd helm AMD64 dir cd Windows 64 dir // helm.exe, run it. Just you type cd double dot, just you type helm space version. It is giving no. So what I need to do, cd helm cd dir cd Windows dir, just you type helm space version. So we are getting that right. So exe Okay, then zip file. Okay, so now what I will do is I will go to this. I'll open this Windows. I'll copy this. Go to administrator and paste it here. Okay, now if you go cd double dot just to type helm space version, you are getting then fine. Okay, so helm and kubectl got installed. I need to delete what is to called namespace that you have created Dynatrace. So kubectl delete namespace Dynatrace. I'm not going one by one command. Okay. kubectl. Okay. So now it should get deleted. So now helm and kubectl is both are installed in the same directory. Dynacube also it is there in the same directory. Okay. So now I will go to the Dynatrace APM that folder, the Dynatrace where it is running. Okay. I'll copy this. So since Dynatrace version 1.29 often used for. Okay, so you can copy this. Go here. Run this. What is happening? What is happening here? Namespace is created. What is that? Helm install Dynatrace operator. Okay.
Atomic is not recognized.
Just a minute. I'll go step by step. So Helm install this Dynatrace operator. So copy this. Okay. Now okay. Now let's see. Now again this gone. CMD. Create namespace. Again, I'm creating name space. I'm running one by one. Okay. Dynatrace got created. I'll paste this. Helm install Dynatrace operator OCA publisher Dynatrace operator. This is the pulling. Okay. Okay. So thank you for installing Dynatrace. So you release name Dynatrace operator. Fine. Okay. Okay, from the operator try here. Verify the current state of deployment. Try kubectl get pod -n. Okay. So now namespace got created. Create namespace Dynatrace atomic. What is that atomic here? Anyone has idea? The command. Okay, so let's apply this. We'll see what is happening. Got created, right? So now if you go here, and check okay. So now let's see for document. Okay. Now go to the Dynatrace and check. Kubernetes classic page. If it is coming up, then it is done. No. So now if you type Kubernetes classic, connect manually, what is happening? Test connection, API URL, bearer token. No, that's fine. It will fetch from automatically, na? So let's check the Kubernetes cluster, this pod status. What is the command, Amitabh?
kubectl status port, I think.
Okay. kubectl. Hey, yaar. Now I'm getting irritated. cmd kubectl get node I'm checking node whether node is running properly. All are ready state. Okay. Now kubectl get pod wide. See, one agent is running. Running, na? One agent is running. Wait for a few minutes. Nodes are also running. Just wait for a few minutes, we'll see. I have not added atomic. What is that atomic? I don't know. What is? Tell me what is atomic?
It's showing that unit of scheduling.
Rollback. Before rollback, right? So rollback, okay, leave it. I don't need rollback. But it is my pod is running. Okay. So it should show now cluster. But still it is not coming. Ah, any idea? Even I'm not getting clue why it is not coming. Okay. So let's do one thing. Hey, we are getting cluster one. See, we are getting now. Oh, this is not ours, right? 4 node. No, this is not ours. Add cluster EKS. Okay, this is a new UI. That's fine. Hey, it got added, no? See? So if you go to that Kubernetes, it got added, no? You see here, right? See, it got added, no? But how come this is coming something like this is not ours, right? Oh, this is not ours. Yeah.
I think
I
it's to use Linux.
yeah. Okay. So do one thing. Next week, before that I'll check how it will come, and then next week when we'll connect, right? That time I will show you that. Okay, is that fine? Because I don't know why it is not coming. Okay, when I need to read some document. Okay. Yeah, we'll do one thing. Let's delete the namespace, so everything will get deleted. Okay, kubectl. Sorry. Let's last try. Okay, cmd. Because everything I've done the setup now. So that's what I thought. kubectl delete namespace and Dynatrace. Okay. So got deleted. Okay. So if you type kubectl get ns, nothing will there. If you type now kubectl get nodes hyphen o wide, we have only 2 nodes. Okay, kubectl get pods hyphen o wide. We are getting okay. Okay, so cube already I have deleted. So kubectl, let's delete all the pods. Kubectl delete all pods. Delete pods hyphen all. Okay, it got deleted. So now if you type kubectl pods hyphen o wide, nothing is there. Get pod status. So no pods are found. Okay, so let's go to that. Create a namespace. Last time I'm doing that. kubectl create namespace. Name space Dynatrace. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So namespace got created. Now last try create a namespace is done. Then let's fetch this. Okay. I'll go here and I will paste it. Something is having issue. Warning. I'm getting only warning messages. Okay, leave it. Now No, so I need dynacube.yaml file. Okay, so I will go to that, deploy one agent. Okay, Kubernetes. So create a token, create a token. Now that dynacube.yaml file that we are getting. Okay, what is the name? APM-DT. What is the name of cluster? APM-DT01, right? DT01. Okay. So whatever the file we are getting, desktop. Okay, dynacube.yaml file. Check the token. Open with Notepad. So we have API token, that this one. Okay, so let's do one thing now. Dynacube.yaml file, copy it. Go to your server. Okay, this one you delete. And this one you paste. Okay. So your webhook got created. Now let's last try. kubectl apply f dynacube.yaml. Happens, then good. Otherwise, we'll see next week. etl apply -f dynacube.yaml. No. Error found in, oh, sorry. Dyna. What is this file name? Is Dynacube, right? dynacube.yaml. Ah. The Dynacube specification requires CSI driver to work. Okay, make sure that deploy correct manifest file. Okay, it is not happening. Okay, I'll see next week and then I'll let you know. Okay, I'll show you again. Okay, is that fine? Everyone?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't know why it is not happening. Let's do one thing. So one thing. Give me a few more minutes. Okay, how to run in single command? I don't know, yaar. Why it is not running with single command? That's what I'm not understanding. Can you check it? Why it is not running as a single command? Cubes, CTL, delete, namespace Dynatrace. Okay, got deleted. Can you check in the somewhere in the Google why it is not running? If anyone has idea. Okay, just do one thing. Something like this. Okay, that is not working. Then again, okay, hyphen create namespace. Hyphen namespace Dynatrace. Hyphen atomic. This should try now. Now it is pulling. Let's see. Last try I'm doing. Error install unable to continue install priority Dynatrace high priority namespace exist. Okay. Get ns. No. Must equal Dynatrace. 1 second. Okay. Create namespace Dynatrace. Okay. Understood. Ah. So help install Dynatrace operator. Okay, create namespace Dynatrace. Okay. Okay. Helm.release namespace must equal Dynatrace. What is that? Current value is default. Okay, leave it. We'll see next week. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. So I think it is not happening because Dynatrace is correct. The spelling is correct. Namespace create namespace, Dynatrace, atomic. Not happening, I don't know, yeah. Well, almost I have done. Okay, just Helm install. Let's install Helm first. It is getting installed. Okay, Helm is not getting installed. Reuse, name that. Still it is installed.
The name is still in use.
Use name. No. Cannot reuse a name that is still in use. So
Yes.
already it in use. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So now kubectl create namespace Dynatrace hyphen. Okay. kubectl create namespace Dynatrace hyphen atomic. Space namespace create namespace Dynatrace hyphen atomic. Okay. Error unknown flag atomic. Namespace Dynatrace. Okay. Got created. Now I am applying that YAML file. kubectl apply f dynacube.yaml file. Why it is not happening? Error in dynamic failed webhook. Call webhook something. Dynatrace webhook not found. Okay, that's fine. I think now cluster got messed up. Okay. So let's see for next week.
Okay.
Okay, if you're now otherwise what I need to delete the complete operator in running on Kubernetes. So what is the command to delete operator? Any idea? We need to do Helm list. Okay, so we have this Dynatrace operator. Helm uninstall. What is the release name? This one. Dynatrace. Okay. You do little troubleshooting, we'll learn more, right? Hey, yaar, what I need to copy? Dynatrace hyphen operator. Dynatrace operator. Installed, right? Now let's do it, okay? Okay, last try. So operator is installed. So Helm install. Done, right? Your release name is Dynatrace to find information. So this till here got ran. Success. Test status, revision, state deployed. Okay. Now let's see whether dynacube.yaml file is creating or not. So kubectl apply -f dynacube.yaml. Last try. This is not happening, then I need to check that. Secret created, APM-DT created, right? So kubectl get pods -o wide. Hey, no resource in default namespace. Secret created, apply it. So now what is next? That's it, right? Now everything is done, right? So kubectl get pods. No resource found in the default namespace. Okay, get pods -n Dynatrace. So pod name is Dynatrace. So Dynatrace, one agent, active, all are running. You see? Thank God it is done. Now, if you go to that, so deployment status. No. Got it, na? Understood? APM-DT 01 cluster name.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so it's got done. Understood, right? Everyone. So now if you wait for just 5 minutes, then you'll have all the data. We'll close at 7:15. Okay, don't worry. It took a long time. That is my bad. But we learn a lot, right? We learn some commands. We learn some all those things. Helm, how to uninstall that. Amay, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Avilash? Avilash?
I understand a few things. I will go through the recording once again, and then I will try at my end.
Yeah, you try it. Okay. Okay. Just like make sure that is the region. See, I have installed Helm. I have installed kubectl. I have installed CLI. All those things because of that region, because some people's right, you are not aware how you can install CLI. What is CLI? What is kubectl? Okay. So these are things need to be installed in your system to connect the cluster. Okay.
So in production also, we need to install all these things, sir?
In your local system, it has to be installed. Otherwise, there will be a jump server. See, all those things are coming up, right? Otherwise, there will be a jump server. Okay, jump server means remote server where all the people used to go and they used to log into the cluster and something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So just like this is my Windows server, just like a jump server.
Okay. Okay.
So the two namespace. Just wait for a few minutes. See, I told you, right? Troubleshooting will help a lot to understand that. Okay. Lot of things like some people are not aware of that, how to install some, uninstall some, like how to get the Helm list, how to uninstall that, operator, right? Sometimes even your production environment, right? You might be stuck in your dev environment. And that time you'll think, Ravi sir taught me, but I'm getting stuck now. So that is the reason. Sometimes something it is not working, that is good. A lot of things we can learn. Even see, I am not a Kubernetes that much expert that you can expect from Kubernetes admin or some developers, okay? But I know few things which I can manage my cluster running, okay? So see, all the data came. Now you go here. So we have to, so here we have node 1, node 2. So here we have a CPU data, memory data, okay? Whatever the you have for namespace, right? So you have a namespace, cube system, Dynatrace, we have 5 workload, okay? So you have this log, we are getting the logs, okay? So now you are getting this, okay? Now if you go to this, these are nothing but host, okay? If you go to the host classic page, okay? So just guys, where is the host? You can see another 2 hosts will get added. So these 2 are our Kubernetes host, that worker node we used to call, okay?
Okay.
Is that clear? So this is the way, like, right, see container, 22 container process are running, okay? So this is the way you can integrate your Dynatrace with one agent as your operator. So earlier we had only via either a kubectl or via Helm, okay? Earlier we had only kubectl, okay? Now it is coming combination of kubectl and Helm, okay? So make sure that in your directory from where dynacube.yaml file is, okay, there kubectl and Helm should be installed in the same directory. Okay, understood?
Yeah.
So this is the things, okay? Now you can understand that Kubernetes very well, okay? So this is the way you can do that Kubernetes integration, okay? And you can do that, okay? Is that clear for everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's meet on 22nd, okay?
Okay. 3 p.m.
22nd. So 22nd, what are the things will be discussed? Like
Okay.
I will discuss on Kafka, okay? Integration with Azure, okay? Just cloud integration, okay? Because already you understood that Kubernetes path, right? The
Yeah.
same way, okay? Then we'll doing for Kafka, Kubernetes, them third party like XMatter, whichever that, the Flag,
Okay.
all those things, integration that we'll be doing that. Performance engineering will be doing that, okay? Doing Dynatrace one agent via Ansible will be doing that for Windows, and for one I will show you that Linux, okay? And then we will be doing what else? Some configuration like Grell logs, okay, log monitoring, okay.
Okay.
Then we'll be doing for some workflow, SRE engineering, okay, site library
Dashboard.
engineering, dashboard. There are 2 types of dashboard: classic dashboard and new feature of dashboard. So all those things we'll discuss next week, okay? So this environment that we have, right, Kubernetes environment, all the Dynatrace environment, I'll vanish, okay? Because already in the 3 days already I'm reaching around $100, okay? So
Yeah.
okay, for the cost for AWS, okay? So
Yeah.
I will vanish this environment. Saturday, when we'll start the class at 3 o'clock, before that, I'll take environment, okay, new SaaS, Dynatrace Cloud trial, and on one server, I'll deploy application, and then Again, like for Kafka, we'll be doing that, some setup, some VMs, all those things that we'll be doing that. Okay, is that okay for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Hope you guys have enjoyed the sessions. Any feedback? Open feedback? All right.
Yes, sir. No. I mean, it was good, but needs to go to the recording one more time.
Okay, sure. You go through that. Okay, we recording. We'll get it around 9 o'clock. It will
Yes,
take
yes,
around
yes.
1 hour or 2 hours to convert it, and then I'll share that. Okay.
Yeah, because this is something I have never done this thing before. Need some time to get hands on this.
Yeah. Okay.
But I will try with Linux only.
Yeah. You can try with Linux only. Okay. At least you understood the concept, right?
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
it's my bad. Okay, I took a Windows, so that is the reason. Okay. So I'm okay. Chalo then. Let's meet
Yeah.
next week. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.